Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, nice to see you. You brought some friends with you? Pavan. Pavan. Okay, nice to meet you. And yourself? We've seen you before, right? Renee. Oh, Hare Krishna. Thank you for joining us. You'll be here for a few days? You're leaving today. Okay. Well, thank you for being with us. Who spoke yesterday? You did? Okay. In yesterday's verse, Chitraketu was glorifying the Supreme Lord Sankarshana as Ananta. Ananta means unlimited. We discussed this a few days ago as well. Unlimited in the sense that there is no end to his personality. All other beings in this material world are anta, means that they have a finite end. The particular life has an end. Although the soul doesn't have any end, the particular life form has an end. We call that mrityu or death. And that is true for everyone, all the way from Lord Brahma down to, like Prabhupada would say, an insignificant ant. They are all anta, limited. And Ananta is unlimited. He has no ending. There's no end to his life. So when blessings are given by Ananta, the blessings are also Ananta. They don't have any time and space restriction. And so Chitraketu is contrasting the personality of Godhead from anyone else in the universe. And anyone else is, they may be very great persons, the demigods. They are so powerful that they can control wind, rain, sunlight, everything in the universe. Just to get a depreciation of it, when we try to control something or someone, what's the first realization that we get? We cannot. We just cannot control anything or anyone. In fact, we cannot control anything happening in our own body. Like the natural processes that happen, we cannot control. If anyone has an urge to go to the bathroom, you can control it to some extent and you can say, I can. But you cannot for more than a particular period of time. You try it for an hour. Some people are very good with either with their bladder or something. Few hours. But if you say from today onwards, no more, it's not possible. And as things get subtler, it's even more difficult. Imagine controlling the mind. Ooh. Our whole struggle is because of the mind. Mana sashtan indriyani karshati. Krishna says that the living entity is kept busy in the material world. With what? The mind. You give him a mind, he'll be busy. A whole, for eternity, you'll be busy. Because the mind keeps taking the person on all sorts of what we call thrill rides, right? And people, in addition, they go to Six Flags, they pay for a roller coaster ride. You don't need to. You have a mind. That is enough to take us for a beautiful ride. Up, down, sideways, turning, throwing us here, pulling us there. This is just how it operates. So we don't need to go to Six Flags and pay money. In fact, people pay so-called people to help them control their mind. Meditation classes. Nothing happens. So enough Joyride is there, but not always joyful, but enough ride is there, thrill is there. So we cannot control anything. Then what to speak of the demigods who can control the entire universe? Even their blessings are not eternal because they will die. And when they die, their blessings die with them. So he's making a distinction. Oh Lord Sankarshan, you are the unlimited, never ending. And those who go to the persons who are limited, they're foolish. He's also saying that I'm not foolish like that. I've come to you. And the devotees whose real intelligence is to be able to discern where we are placing our shelters, our refuge. We go and take shelter of something or someone. So one should consider, where am I placing my faith? At who, to whom am I giving my faith? Faith means, generally we use the word faith, especially in America, the colloquial use of the word faith means some belief system. I'm a Christian, I have a Christian faith, so I will go to a church. I'm a Muslim, I practice the Muslim faith, so I go to a mosque, etc. But faith means, Prabhupada's definition is, if I know that that one thing will help me with everything else. Shraddha Shabde Vishwasha Shrudhrada Nishchaya Krishna Bhakti Kaile Sarva Karma Kritahaya. By doing that one thing, everything else is taken care of. And that is called faith. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that Krishna Bhakti Kaile, if I can serve Krishna, Sarva Karma Krita, all my other activities will become successful. Generally, when we have to prioritize, we prioritize different things differently. We feel like whatever is urgent takes top priority. When we teach time management, I'm going to digress for a moment. When we teach time management to students, professionals, or even devotees, we draw out a 2 by 2 grid, or a grid that the horizontal axis is urgent on this end and not urgent on the other end. And the vertical axis is important and not important. So you get 4 quadrants. The upper right quadrant is important and urgent. The bottom right quadrant is urgent, not important. The bottom left quadrant is not important, not urgent. And the top left is important, but not urgent. You want to take a guess where people mostly operate in? Well, most times we operate in urgent, not important. This is where stress develops because things are always done in the last minute, or things are such that they need our attention. They're not so important. So that's one place where severe stress develops. And most of things that happen in the second one, you were right, is not important and not urgent. Those are called time wasters. Just sitting, what do you say, updating Facebook. Not urgent, not important. But that's where most of the time goes. Who said what? Who updated what? I'm sitting in my underwear. Like. What is this? This is with this things like that. And things that are important and not urgent, these are the real things in life. Such as, where do I want my life to go? What are the goals of my life? Now I'm speaking materially for a moment, and we'll bring it to the, I guess, Krishna conscious idea. But what is it that I want to do with my life? My long-term goals. What is it that I need to work on today for my future? This is most important. Important and not urgent, because it's not urgent because our life's not coming to an end right now. Of course, spiritually speaking, who knows? Today birthday, next moment gone. Anything can happen. So we need to work on this quadrant, but we mostly operate on the quite the diagonally opposite quadrant. Everything is urgent, urgent, urgent. It's the last. Oh, so the idea of working in the urgent, not important, or the urgent and important is because one hasn't structured one's life in such a way that they can live without stress. So for example, let's say we know we have to pay our bills, okay, and we know we have 3 weeks to pay the bills. Many persons wait for 4 weeks to pay the bills, like a week late, because late fees, or finish it by such and such day. We get an assignment, either Bhakti Shastri or college assignment. You have 2 weeks to finish it. Most people, they do the assignment when? The night before. It's not even the day before, it's the night before, it's the few hours before. Some devotees gave the Bhakti Shastri exam. They had 10 more minutes and we were about to start. They had their book open. As if nectar of devotion you can remember in the last 10 minutes. It's like, I have to remember something. So it causes stress. So what happens is, in a stressful moment, we all had, like we say in book distribution, Vaisheshika Prabhu trained us, right? To relieve you from stress. You know about stress, don't you? So what happens when we are stressed? What happens? Science says two things happen. Either of two things happen. One is we fight it. Some people are designed to fight stress. As soon as a situation comes, they have to take it head on. And there are some persons, it's called fight. And there are other persons who do, it's called flight. Flight means you run away. You close your eyes and say, what stress? I can't see anything. It's no stress. I go to sleep, I turn away, I run away, whatever. Fight or flight. In flight, what do? We delay. We procrastinate. We think that the more I delay, I don't want to face it because, oh man. And then it still develops though. And in fight, the tendency is sometimes, it happens, not always, but sometimes it happens, that one doesn't consider long-term uh, long-term consequences. It puts us in a position where we have to sort the situation in the short term. And anything solved in and done with the short term perspective creates more stress. So, what happens then is we are only solving those problems and forgetting the important, not urgent. Keeps us busy. This is why Kali Yuga is like that. Satya Yuga is this quadrant, important, not urgent. Kali Yuga is urgent and important. Why is it important? Because the deadline has come, or urgent and not important from a broader perspective. So it causes a lot of stress. And in that stress, people tend to, because when suppose we are walking and the floor under our feet moves or shakes like an earthquake, what is the first thing we'll do? Try to get our balance. And in that balance, what will we do? We'll try to hold on to something that is not moving or shaking. Correct? So this is called shelter. As soon as something shakes, the platform that we're standing on, that moves, we try to hold on to something that will make us stable. So now this example is, suppose, of course I shouldn't use this building, but imagine if you're in some building and the building, there's an earthquake. Suppose you're in California. You think, oh, I'm gone for vacation. This is the Golden Gate Bridge or some building. And there's an earthquake. And the whole building is shaking. If you hold on to the railings of the staircase, is that stable? Is that stable? Why not? It's also because the whole building is shaking. It's not just the floor, the building is shaking. In fact, at that time, there is nothing you can hold on to. You can't hold on to trees, buildings, wires, poles. So it means that when the earth shakes, there is nothing that you can hold on to. You cannot hold on to one's wealth as well, money, that you can't hold on anyway. But anything physical we think we can hold on to, it'll give us support, goes away. So the foolishness Chitraketu is talking about is when people have desires, desires are like earthquakes. They constantly keep shaking us, moving us, disturbing us. Then people have a tendency to hold on to shelters that they think will give them stability. That stability is, oh, I have this desire, I go to a demigod or some person, and they will give me that blessing or some way that I can get to my desire. And he says, they're also shaking. Other than Krishna, there isn't another shelter, and one should not take any other shelter. Even if one has all sorts of other desires, which, by the way, I guess includes me and others. Whether one has all sorts of desires, whether one is free of any material desire, or if one has a desire for liberation, still, for all of us, Tivrena Bhakti Yogena. Tivrena means very sharp, laser pointed, focused devotional service is important. Such a person can achieve stability because they can hold on to the lotus feet of Krishna. They don't move. They're not unstable. They're always stable. What is the stability that they're called? They're stable, that there is no fear at Krishna's lotus feet. Anything else in this material world causes fear. Fear of not getting, not fulfilling one's desire, fear of holding on to the fruit of one's desire, and the fear of uh, sustaining life. All these constantly one is driven by fear. So Krishna's lotus feet are called Abhaya Charana or Abhaya Charana Ravinda actually. Lotus feet where there is no fear. So King Chitraketu is saying that one shouldn't go to the demigods. Vishaya Trishna. There's a very one syllable difference between Trishna and Krishna. Otherwise, the spelling is pretty much the same. Trishna means thirst, unquenchable thirst for sense gratification. And Krishna means where all of one's thirst is satisfied. They're all attractive. So Vishaya Trishna is this unsatiated thirst for sense gratification. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that this is the greatest malady, this is the greatest curse for the living entity in the material world. Because it makes a fool out of the person. The foolishness is that he constantly is trying to, is constantly trying to fulfill his desire when one, by nature, that desire cannot be satisfied, and two, that by the means by which he satisfies them, creates more problem for him. But he cannot see it. Why? Because he's operating in this quadrant, the urgent. Has it ever happened? When you're in an urgent situation, we anyway take a solution that we know in the future it's going to hurt us. or it's not going to help us as much, but we say, doesn't matter. Right now, let me take care of this. I'll deal with it later. We call that crisis management, right? It never says crisis resolution. You can never resolve. It's only management. You can only try to work with it, but you cannot solve it. Crisis management, damage control. These are the words we use. Damage control. Because at that moment, you have to do something just to deal with it at the moment. We'll think about it later. And that later something else happens, then we, on top of it, we fix some other short term solution, another short term solution, and before we know, life's gone. Therefore, Arjuna, he takes on the position of a true disciple or student who asks Krishna right in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, don't give me any short term solution. I'm not interested anymore. You give me that by which my life will become successful. Shreyaschan nishchitam bruhi tanme. Shreya, our Acharya has described that there are two words. One is called Shreya, another is called Preya. Shreya means long term benefit, and Preya means short term benefit. Just by the nature of these words, we know for long term benefit, in the short term, one has to work for it. The fruit comes later. In prayer, you don't need to work much. The fruit, you want it right away. But the problem with prayer is it makes us very short sighted. We're only looking at life for the next hour or day or month at most. Maybe even a year. That's really good. How many people in this world plan for the next year? Very rare. Very rare. The only thing that they plan is, shopping season. And that too, the deals come like a day before. They want us to shop in a frenzy. They don't say, 6 months ago, there will be this deal. No one cares for it. They say, tonight, 12 hours left, clock is ticking. Everyone has to be in a frenzy. Prayer, very short term focused. So, short term, now, Krishna conscious perspective, whether it's this life, next life, whether it's demigod life, whatever life, it is still short term. So we are asked to think long term. And for us, long means eternal life. So, what is it that I must do for eternal life? And part of that is that I take shelter of Krishna only and no one else. Because that's how I work for my eternal life. That is my faith. I'm going to digress for a moment and talk about faith. Whenever, sometimes we devotees want to find out how much faith do I have. Anyone wanted to experiment it like that? Ever thought? Does anyone or consider how do I measure my faith? Because can you measure faith? No, you can only. When do you measure it? In the moment of crisis, correct? So, whenever we have a crisis, which by the way is all the time, but whenever, something that we are very obviously aware of, whenever, when is the crisis? Do you know? In a devotee's life, how do you define crisis? What's the crisis in a devotee's life? Practicing devotee's life. Because in pure devotee's life, there are no crises. So, actually, that's a time for enjoying. But anyway, for a practicing devotee, when is the crisis? When we choose Maya over Krishna. But that's the consequence of the crisis. What is it that makes us choose? Okay, so that's one. But why is it a crisis if it happens outside our plan? Okay. What else? Forgetting Krishna is a consequence. How do you define or when does a crisis happen in the life of a devotee? Okay, time is one factor. But most importantly, we forget. But why do we forget Krishna? It's called Dharma Sankat. Yeah, it's very simple. Why does conflict come in the first place? Very good. Put in simple language. Whenever our attachments are touched, that's when the crisis comes. As soon as our attachments are touched by Krishna, crisis manifests. Why? Because it is at that moment that we have to decide whether I'm going to choose Krishna or I'm going to choose this particular desire that I have. And how do we know what desire? Our desires are always following our attachments. True? Whatever our attachments, our desires take us to that. Suppose I'm not attached to, uh, I'll give a food example because my brain only works for food. You know, some kind of food. I like khichdi. Let's say some whatever. Pancakes. Perfect. For me, that's what it is. Because I'm not attached to pancake at all, I have no desire for eating it. When he makes it, it's like the most morose day for pancake today. Someone else who has an attachment for pancake, they're very happy because the desires for when will he make pancake? Always khichdi. So our desires follow our attachments. And whenever the attachment is touched or there is something that has to go against that attachment, that's when the crisis comes. I have to choose. And most people, what do they try to do when the attachment is touched or challenged? They try to choose Krishna and the attachment together. But why should I do one or the other? Why not both? Why not both? Can I not do it in a Krishna conscious way? Dovetailing, that's our favorite word, dovetailing. This is what Arjuna is also asking. Krishna, you like dharma. I like to give up this war. And in the name of dharma, I'm giving it up. I want this and that. You ask people, what do you want, this or that? And they say, both. Of course, Prabhupada said in some cases, there was a story once Brahmananda Maharaj, who became Prabhu later, he was in one of the temples, and the devotees, they were serving because they made a special feast. So I think they had blueberry cheesecake and something else, let's say, ice cream. I forget what it was. And so they were going to every devotee, which would you like, this or that, which you like. They came to Brahmananda Maharaj, would you like this or that? And he said both. He said, Prabhupada said that in some circumstances you should choose both. So I'm choosing both. But in most, how life operates is that it always makes us choose one over the other. And at that moment, what choice we make is the measure of our faith. So, of course, as devotees, now when you talked about association, the association of devotees helps develop, strengthen our faith such that we will want to choose Krishna, the path that leads us to Krishna. And the path that leads us through our attachments, we try to learn to say, no. So, this is how faith is measured. At that moment, what is it that we're choosing? And therefore, to develop that, sometimes we can't discern what seems, oh, I'm choosing Krishna. We may be actually choosing our desire under the guise of Krishna consciousness. So these are very tricky things. So one needs the help of someone else, like a spiritual master, not like spiritual master, and scripture to discern the difference between this is genuine choice for serving Krishna and this is the choice of sense gratification. This is how faith is developed. We heard recently, today, few days, Saturday, that the development of the stages of bhakti, the 9 stages of development, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that that is nothing but development of faith also. The different levels of or degrees or intensities of faith. And we want that faith, that we want to choose Krishna. Now, for each of us, we progressively go through attachments in such a way that slowly, one by one, we give up our attachments. Of course, it's a two-way process. One is attachments also leave us, and we also leave them. But we are supposed to leave them. You're supposed to drop them. And the reason we chant Hare Krishna and stay in the association of devotees and serve Krishna and the devotees is to develop sufficient muscle power or sufficient strength of the heart to drop it and know that life's not coming to an end when I drop it. The reason I don't drop, I hold on, is because I feel otherwise my life's coming to an end. The earth is moving. I have to hold on to something. But when once faith develops, one thinks, hey, even if I don't hold that thing, life's not coming to an end. That's totally cool. So we have certain attachments that we let go easily. There are those special ones that we do abhishek for every day, put garland, offer worship and our obeisances, and we say, never leave me, and don't worry, I will not leave you also. So we come to Krishna and we say, my dear Krishna, take all my attachments except these ones. Don't touch them yet. I'm not prepared. It's a little too painful for me. So Krishna also waits. All right, whenever you're ready, we'll push. Once in a while, he will touch and say, are you ready? Oh, no. Not ready yet. No, no. I'll tell you when I'm ready. I know you know everything. You're the supreme master, but I will tell you when I'm ready. Just wait. Other things, why don't you test that devotee? That fellow is always laughing. Why are you only after me? What have I done? Why after me? Yeah. Test that fellow. He's always smiling. Give him a little. There's so many others. Be busy with them. Why are you busy with me? I'll tell you when I'm ready. Because right now I don't. In fact, when we do some things like that, of course, we shouldn't artificially come to Krishna and say, take it away. And then, what are you doing, Krishna? We should be careful. But we should have a desire. We should aspire that, my dear Krishna, let me develop that strength that I can come in front of you and say, do with me as you like. Until then, help me build that strength so I can say so. And Krishna sees that every day we're developing a little, we're investing a little to develop that strength. Now, any of us who want to develop strength or muscle, we know that it only happens when we do it every day. It doesn't happen in bursts. Anyone go to the gym, for 1 week at a time, lift all the weights, and then 6 months don't go again, and then again, what do you get out of it? Soreness. Like, anyone says, can you please pick up this book and put it, Prabhu, it's too sore right now. That's not how growth comes. Growth comes from every day. Little by little, every day. That's how we develop strength. So every day chanting, every day hearing, serving. And when we miss out for some reason, either we space out or something, then that's an opportunity that we have lost. And that's, I guess, regrettable. And we try to reinstate ourselves back strongly. My dear Krishna, this life is for you. I want to offer this life to you. I have a few things to take care of, a few things to work on so that my offering is nice to you. Please help me. But the offering is pure, the offering is proper. But this life is for you. I'm working on it. So that's Chitraketu's measure. That I'm not offering this life to the demigods, my boss, my student advisor, or anyone in this world, because they're all temporary. They will finish. These are important principles because when we go to, let's say, a workplace and our bosses say something to us, or they are controlling our fate at the workplace, we should remember they're not the controllers. Krishna is the controller. Although they're paying our salary, but it's not like they are the ones who are paying us. It's Krishna is paying through them. So if we keep our Krishna consciousness nice, it doesn't matter what kind of challenge, Krishna will keep us carefully, protect us against all difficulties in the workplace, outside, doesn't matter. Okay? So some thoughts, comments, questions. Just don't give the mic to Jai Baldev today. Because he told me something which I'm afraid he will do. You sure? Jitendra Prabhu.
Prabhupada calls these things fallible soldiers.
Yes. Tesham Nidhanam. He said Nidhanam means they will all fall. They're all fallible. Atma Shahineshu.
I forgot the second part, but maybe if I'll remember it. Thank you.
Mike, because it gets recorded.
Thank you, Prabhu, for your insightful lecture. I have a question regarding demigods. So, faintly remember reading somewhere that Lord Shiva can give liberation. So, I want to confirm that thing. Is there any demigod who can give us liberation?
No.
Thank you, Prabhu.
They're not empowered and it's not their service. So we cannot do something which is not our service. The demigods are not given the service of liberating. Only one personality is given the service of liberating a conditioned soul. That is the spiritual master. No one else can liberate. The demigods cannot. In fact, it's not their service, so they don't. They cannot. They're not empowered for that service. Only the spiritual master is empowered. Of course, Vishnu, who is called Mukti or Mukunda, but his feet are liberation. So, of course, he can award them. But he awards liberation to conditioned souls through the spiritual master. Jordan.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for class. I kind of, sorry, I have kind of a personal question.
Okay.
Before I came to the temple.
Could you speak into the mic?
Before I came to the temple, I played music. And I was really attached to it. I still want to play music.
Yeah.
And I always tried to have a higher purpose, not just do it for my own benefit, but I still had the desire, to be at the center of attention and to get famous, on and on like that.
Okay, you're not alone. You can add me to the list. Yeah.
Yeah. So that desire keeps me enthusiastic still, to maybe one day play music and be influential or be spread Krishna consciousness to a lot of people.
Sure.
So how can I but sometimes it puts me into anxiety thinking about I want to be famous. So what's going on within myself? How can I trust if it's keeping me enthused or if it's causing anxiety? At the same time, I don't know if that's a very clear question.
It is a clear question.
All right.
I would advise, along with my answer, I would advise that you do a little study of the 17th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, especially the first few verses. Because in that, the chapter begins with this question. Arjuna asks Krishna, all right, some people may not know that you're the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but they are very sincere. They really worship the demigods very sincerely. In fact, some person may not even worship demigods. They're just very sincere in what they do. What about them? And Krishna then says, faith is of three categories: faith in the mode of ignorance, faith in the mode of passion, faith in the mode of goodness. So faith enthuses a person to do something. So when the heart is influenced by the mode of passion, our enthusiasm is very strong for us becoming the center of things. Like, I want fame, I want prestige, I want to be popular. That's great enthusiasm fueled by the mode of passion. And we as devotees want our enthusiasm to be fueled by at least the mode of goodness. So, mode of passion, one gets very inspired. I want to be popular. And because we're also practicing Krishna consciousness, we add in the I want to make Krishna consciousness popular in the world as well. Now, that's a nice desire, but what should go along with that is if Krishna so permits. Many years ago, in the lobby there on a Sunday feast, right near that door, I met someone that I knew, and they used to come for our weekly gathering, and they had stopped coming for about 4 months. And I saw them in the temple. So I asked them, Hare Krishna Prabhu, how are you? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I said, you haven't been coming to our programs? What's going on? How's chanting? How's it going? Oh, I've stopped chanting for now. And why is that? Well, I want to focus on making money at this point because I want to become a millionaire and I want to donate $1 million to the temple so that the temple will not have any financial problems anymore. So I'm just focusing on making money and so that I can give so much money to the temple. And he asked me, what do you think? He shouldn't have asked me, but he asked me, what do you think? Yeah, he shouldn't have asked me. And I said, you know, it's nice that you're thinking like that, but you're forgetting one thing. How do you know that Krishna wants you to be the person who's going to give him $1 million? How do you know that that is your service? And he didn't know what to answer. It has to be empowered by Krishna. It has to be a service given by Krishna. Do this for me. And anything can happen. So when George Harrison wanted to leave his music or leave all of it and become a devotee, shave up and join Srila Prabhupada, on behalf of Krishna, Prabhupada told him, no, you stay the way you are. You're already a devotee in your heart. You serve Krishna this way, as being in the Beatles and making music for Krishna. This is how you serve. And so naturally he did. But if I were to say something like that, chant your rounds, stay quiet. So we have to know what is our service, how Krishna would like to empower us. So we could come to Krishna and say, or Srila Prabhupada, more powerful is to come to Prabhupada and say, here is some gift I have from Krishna. If you so desire that you can use it in Krishna's service or use me as an instrument, please make me a fit instrument. And for me to become a fit instrument, I have to clean my heart so that it's not for my popularity or my fame. If I want to make Krishna famous, so please help me. Let my enthusiasm be fueled by that this is pleasing to Krishna. Let it be fueled by let Krishna make me a fit instrument to serve him. Versus the moment we put ourselves in the center, how do we know that is that immediately there is anxiety in the heart? As soon as there's anxiety, we know we are in the center and Krishna is not in the picture. The Bhagavatam says, Bhayam dvitiya abhivineshu tasyat. That fear is a concomitant factor of forgetfulness of Krishna. As soon as we forget Krishna, fear manifests. That's the symptom, or anxiety, however you call it. Does that address anything for you, Jordan? Yes? Okay, thank you. then Acharyanist, and then you, of course.
Hare Krishna. Often you're talking about this Trivena Bhakti, and you last time
What bhakti?
Trivena Bhakti, like
Tivrena.
the
Yeah,
focusing
I'm
thing,
going to focus.
and you often do the analogy of how the sun rays. I think you gave that analogy right last time. That Trivena means how the sun rays are coming in. Yeah.
If you
So
hold a magnifying glass,
yeah. So it struck me a lot. Can you just make it a little bit narrower, this definition of Trivena focusing? Because it's so
Tivrena
many.
Bhakti means it comes from Vyavasayatmika Buddhi. Vyavasayatmika Buddhi is that, now I'm speaking outside my realization, but I'm only giving definition, is that in all our activities, I have a clear idea why I'm doing it. And this is for Krishna's pleasure. This is for Krishna's pleasure. Whether I'm speaking to someone, whether I'm doing something else, I'm eating, I'm chanting, I'm serving, I'm driving, I'm singing, I'm talking, I'm lying down, I'm walking, is for Krishna's pleasure, is for Krishna's service. This is called Tivra Bhakti. And that is what we have to cultivate. Anukulena. Krishna Anushilana. So Tivra Bhakti is in a favorable mood for Krishna. We cultivate that. So we can analyze in our life where are the places or points where diffusion happens. We lose focus. In a camera, when you look through the lens, the viewfinder, if the picture is hazy, you adjust the lens. So it's a sharp picture. That is called Tivra. It is diffused because the light's not focused. So there are, for each of us, as a practicing devotee, there are places where our bhakti becomes diffused. It's not in focus. And we identify those and try to focus, sharpen them. This is Anukul Krishna Anushilana. In Nectar of Devotion, we read Anushilana. This is a part of Anushilana. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says this. He wrote an essay called Retraction of Bad Habits. He says one should make a whole list of all the bad habits one has. Then pick the big ones and work on them for 5 years at least. And then 5 years later, you go to the next big one, you work on that. This is Anushilana. The small ones, they adjust. They usually go away quite easily. But there are big ones, big bad habits. For each person, there is something different. Each of us has to look within and pray to Krishna to throw light on what are those big bad habits that I have. Or ask the spiritual master, ask someone who's guiding you in your Krishna consciousness. They can see. Sometimes they see better than we can see ourselves. Yeah, someone can tell us. But at least we're making an attempt. Krishna will help. Whenever we make an attempt, Krishna will help. Our problem is if I take a pen and pencil and then I say, really? Not much is coming to my mind. Because our tendency is that we want it right then. Krishna will teach. He gives lessons at his own sweet will, in his own sweet time. But we should make that. Force ourselves. What are those bad habits? Then it's an honest exercise. We can ask ourselves, where is it that I really forget Krishna? And we will know. Then it starts flowing. When do I forget Krishna? And if you can't remember what those are, just start here. First three verses of Nectar of Devotion. There are 18 things that he has given us. Vacha, Manasa, Krodha, Jivva, Udara, Upasta, Atyahara, Prayasa, Prajalpa. Then the whole 18 things are given. We can check how are we doing on those. We used to do an exercise, Hemangi and I. We had written all 18 on a grid, Monday through Sunday, or Sunday through Saturday. Each, how, at the end of the day, we would analyze. Vachovegam, man, oh, how did we do? On all 18, on all 24, because there are 6 exchanges with devotees as well. How did we do on all the 24 today? And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that at the end of the day, when we are lying down, we should analyze, how did my day go today in the service of Krishna? And tomorrow, how can I incrementally improve? What is it that I can do to improve tomorrow over today? This is Anushilana.
For devotees.
Huh?
We should order a grid so we can keep in the room.
Yeah, it's a personal exercise. One should.
Good way, yeah.
What did
It's
you
a good
say?
way. It's a good way we can order a
Yeah.
grid in here.
Acharya, gratitude journal, to write all the things we have received from Krishna and Krishna's devotees. Whatever we have received, even maybe from the persons out on the street. It's a lesson in Krishna consciousness. That's a gift of Krishna and Guru. If we can remember all the opportunities we missed. Thank you. Okay, Acharya Nista.
Thank you, Guru. I just had a question on the question of Prabhuji here about Lord Shiva. That if he's serving, I mean, he's the head of his sampradaya, so in a capacity,
In that capacity,
he
yes.
can. And also in our sampradaya, I've had some questions about Lord Brahma, because he is our sampradaya acharya, and is the Lord Brahma, who is the head of our sampradaya, the same as the Lord Brahma we hear about in Krishna book?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the qualifications to be a transparent spiritual master is to be free from mistakes or defects. Occasionally we see Lord Brahma in a situation like that. So how do we understand that?
It is Krishna's arrangement that Brahma's body is made of intelligence. It's not made of earth, water, fire, air, ether. It's made of intelligence. So what we consider flaw is not like that flaw. It was a way to amaze Lord Brahma. That's what's called Vimohana, because he was amazed. He wanted to see Krishna's amazing yogic powers, not out of challenge to Krishna. Like, wow, my lords, I want to see how it works. So in that sense, it's Vimohana. And so he did something. So we don't consider that like, oh, that's a flaw in Brahma. But Krishna inducing Brahma to manifest his potency, very special potency. Because that same Brahma offers prayers that are flawless prayers. So he's doing something that the next generations of devotees can hold on to and offer to Krishna those prayers like Tatte Nukampam Susamikshamana.
If we hear in Shastra some incident, we can understand it's like a leela.
Yeah? Like Parikshit Maharaj becoming angry at the sage. It's considered a very specific inspiration from Krishna for him to do so. And what was his reason? He was thirsty. Really? Parikshit Maharaj? He would lose it because he was thirsty? Because right after that, 7 days sitting straight, not even like Bhakti Greg lying down and listening to Dhanavir Maharaj's class, sitting straight, completely giving up his royal attire, exposing himself to the elements, nothing to eat, nothing to drink, just wrapped in attention, hearing Bhagavatam. So it's a particular, or Arjuna, like that, falling in illusion. Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Vishada for Arjuna. So it's a particular, wow, Krishna's glory. Okay. Short, and then the Prabhuji in the red sweater. So go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for a very enlightening and inspirational class. So I don't have much to say, which may come as a surprise. But I was appreciating really one of your points. A couple of them. You said, when the boss gives us money, it is not that they're giving us money. It's Krishna giving them money. And then also the point you made of the devotee who stopped chanting, to make money. And so these points kind of reminded me of a lecture by Srila Prabhupada. It's a very important lecture. I love these type of lectures. It's called How Shall I Be Maintained? And basically the essential message of that lecture by Prabhupada, he was basically saying that it's essentially, he was saying that it's Krishna. He's maintaining all living entities throughout the universe. Maintenance for him is no problem. We should be more concerned about maintaining our Krishna consciousness. So I really appreciate that lecture. And if the Prabhu has a question at the end, I have a small request. If it's possible to tell a story of Brigu Muni in this regard, but if it's not, if we don't have any time, that's okay. So Hare Krishna.
That's 8:40. Let's see what his question is. What is your name? Pavan. Yes.
Hare Krishna, thank you
Hare
so much
Krishna.
for such a nice lecture. My question is that who all are demigods? Like some examples of demigods.
Oh. When we use the word devatas, so demigods are like Indra, Chandra, Surya, Varuna, Vayu, Ganesha, Shiva, Brahma, etc. Devi. They're all considered demigods. Of course, we refer to them as demigods as if they're one category, but they're actually many, many categories. Some are called the Devas, some are called the Upadevas, the Siddhas, the Charanas, the Vidyadharas. They're all living in the upper realms. So, in general, everyone living in the upper realm are called demigods. And within each realm, then there are specifics. And they have certain service to do, that they have to manage universal affairs. So, in today's verse, the last word here is Rajakulam. Rajakulam means the government or the ministers or the cabinet of the government. So when the king goes, the cabinet goes. Correct? So the cabinet ministries, they're all positions. So Indra means it's the position of the king of the demigods. Chandra is the position of the moon. The Surya is the position of the sun. The Vayu is the person who manages air distribution, like that. Varuna is the lord of the waters, except Indra also manages rain. And now, every time a Manu takes on charge of the universe, he has a new cabinet. A new Indra, a new Chandra, a new Varuna, Vayu, Ganesha. They all are new persons. They fill up those posts. And when this Manu leaves, whole new set of cabinet ministers show up. So you're from India. So we have like Union Minister of Health. It's not one person. It's when that government is there is a prime minister, then there is that. When the prime minister changes, the Union Minister of Health changes. So who occupies those positions? Any one of us can. We can become Ganesha, Indra, Vayu, any one of us. If we perform certain karmic activities, for example, a person who can do flawlessly 100 Ashwamedha Yagyas, he becomes an Indra, for example, like that. These are posts held by individual persons or jivas according to their karmic merit. So their job is to manage the universe. Is there enough light, enough water everywhere, etc.? Does that answer your question? Okay. Jitendra Prabhu, you remember something now? Oh, Chaitanya Priya also has something to say.
Srila Prabhupada was saying that if we follow the four regular principles, a lot of these other extension of sinful activities can be curbed. Uh, so we're like nipping it in the bud. And, Kali Yuga is an ocean of bad qualities, and the one benediction is the chanting of the
Either
holy
nip it
name.
in the bud, or Krishna gives a kick in the.
Yeah. What did you say, Prabhu?
Either nip it in the bud, or Krishna gives a kick in the.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. At one point, you said that if we drop the sense gratification, the life will not come to an end. So at that point, we don't think that if we serve Krishna, we will be satisfied. So I was thinking, like, when we serve Krishna, our main objective is not to please ourselves, but to please Krishna. So I'm trying to understand how these two things can be harmonized. That we serve Krishna to please Krishna, but we also know that when we serve Krishna, all our senses are satisfied. So what does that satisfaction means?
According to Jiva Goswami, he gives the definition of happiness. He says, Bhajaniya Parama Purusha Sukhamatra Swasukhatvam. That one serves Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sukhamatra, just for his pleasure. Swasukhatvam. Automatically one is happy. So our happiness is because we're connected to Krishna. So when the root of existence is happy, evam tushte, jagat sarvam tushtaha. When Krishna is happy, we are naturally happy. Everywhere else, we are artificially trying to make ourselves happy. That's what it means. Because Krishna is not selfish. I'm happy, all of you can go to hell. When Krishna is happy, everyone else is happy. Have you ever been in the presence of happy people? Isn't it effusive? And they're happy, we're just in there. Even if you're morose, some people become upset, but most people become happy. Because it is effusive. What to speak of being connected to Krishna? When Krishna is happy, all parts and parcels are naturally happy. That's what it means. But artificially, if we try to make ourselves happy without Krishna in the picture, then it's just artificial. Yeah? Okay, it's 8:45. Sorry, we'll have to stop. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Boga service.
The question was,
Because our whole concept of time exists only in the life of the Brahman. Otherwise, we don't have
Because
the
Krishna, on the second hand, we do not serve Krishna because we want to please ourselves. So what does it mean?
life of Brahman.
All the activities represent Prabhupada.
The Indras are not the same. Our universe.
Pastime and the pastime. That is the instrumental sense what you are saying.
But initially when you come to Krishna,
We want to mitigate the problem. Instead, it's a mixed emotional service.
Yeah, he runs that. But he also has
We want pure devotional.
for example,
लेकिन मेरा प्रश्न ये है मेरा प्रश्न ये है कृष्णा हैप्पी होने से हम कैसे हैप्पी हो जाते हैं
Not all Brahman
उन्होंने बताया कि हैप्पीनेस इज सेल्फ इफ्यूजिव मतलब कृष्णा इज नॉट सेल्फिश अगर मैं कृष्णा हैप्पी ब्रह्मा ही विल मेक अदर्स ऑल्सो
even
But if it is selfish, yes,
one of the issues is we also, just as we use the word in the phrase called anthropomorphism. Sounds like a train. We project sense of ethics, right or wrong, because that's our frame of reference. Similarly, we tend to frame our projections of right or wrong on ethics.
Otherwise, you are in a
Brahma's
old world.
idea.
So if you want to really
So
want
we
to
have
Krishna is
to rely on the acharyas to say,
more and more.
this is what it means, this is why it felt
और जब भी मार खाते खाते आप शांत हो जाओगे कृष्ण का this training you
So that's not a satisfaction का मतलब satisfaction क्या वो satisfaction किसे कहते हैं? It's not a जिस प्रकार हम कहते हैं ना Krishna is satisfied, all are satisfied. What is that satisfaction? And Brahma never said, especially what's critical
for
about
your
this
or for
word
Krishna
defect, it's cheating. For me, Brahma never said,
Krishna is satisfied
when Krishna is satisfied, all our senses are, all other senses are right. Because he's Rishikesha, right? So when Krishna is satisfied, all our senses are satisfied. Once you what does that satisfaction for us? How should a devotee understand what I think my appreciation of the acharyas is not that they say that their senses are perfect. They say that they know their senses are
उसका लास्ट लाइन है जन आति आसु वैराग्यम ज्ञानम चेत अहितुकम मतलब वासुदेव भक्ति योग प्रयोजितम फर्स्ट वर्स ये है मैं दो वर्स कोट करूंगा वासुदेव भगवती भक्ति योग प्रयोजितम जन आति आसु वैराग्यम ज्ञानम चेत अहितुकम मतलब ऑटोमेटिक दो चीज आएगी when you want to see the Krishna is satisfied two things will come automatically जन आति आसु वैराग्यम ऑटोमेटिक वैराग्य निकल आएगा ऑटोमेटिक ज्ञानम चेत अहितुकम ऑटोमेटिक ज्ञान आएगा that is the two things will come automatically you will be self satisfied
that's what we are learning from Lord.
that is first verse that is first verse unless you are not self satisfied don't try to skip the questions unless first try to understand this unless we are not self satisfied in our services that means we are not serving Krishna. Krishna is happy in any situation, but unless we are not satisfied, how can we understand Krishna is satisfied? So Jan Ati Asu Vairagyam तब नहीं आएगा और अनंत विद्या नहीं आएगी. First, एवं असन्ना मनुष्यो भगवत भक्ति योजिता वही सेकंड है. Then दूसरा चीज ये है एक बनता एक बहुत अच्छा वर्ष था. So that is the one point, Prabhu. Yeah, you can ask him. You can extend the question.
First, we should be satisfied.
It's you. No. Our conception of satisfaction is that what to be like. But when we progress, when we stay in the temple, when we are getting crushed by so many things, and when we start following the real authority, authority can tell, I know I want to do that. Then automatically comes. These things comes really automatically. Don't. This is the question you're asking because you want to go to other step. But when you stay in the temple and follow the regulative principle like chanting 16 hours, coming in the morning program every day without any, coming in the evening program, Prabhupada is given such a nice thing. Krishna will satisfy by satisfying the authorities. Doing this, you are satisfying the authorities. And automatically Krishna will give you them, automatically knowledge will come. That is, you cannot satisfy Krishna automatically, you have to satisfy authorities first. We want to do so many things by our own ways.
देखो एक पॉइंट आपने बोला कि कृष्णा इज ऑलरेडी सेटिस्फाइड ठीक है अगर हम सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हैं तो सर्विस तो कर नहीं
Krishna is
पाएंगे
not satisfied. Krishna is already satisfied in the sense for the people who think that they can satisfy Krishna. No, Krishna is already satisfied with them. But Krishna is not satisfied with the Braj gopis. He wants more and more. So more and more we go to Krishna, and Krishna will give unlimited guidance how to satisfy more. No, don't drive it. This is just understanding.
एंड कृष्णा का सेटिस्फैक्शन अलग अलग पीपल के लिए अलग अलग तरीके
Krishna does it. Prabhu, Krishna Bhagavatam बोलते हैं यथामाम प्रपद्यन्ते. What is the meaning of that verse?
वन द वे surrendered to me the way I reciprocated to you.
Can you imagine the strongness of this verse? कितना पावरफुल वर्स है। ये बस ये भी छोड़ो कि मैं जो मुझे सरेंडर करेगा जिस तरह से मैं तो दे दूंगा। अब कृष्णा आपको कृष्णा के पास जाओगे, आप बोलोगे कृष्णा मैं तुम्हें सर्व करना चाहता हूँ, और कृष्णा बोलेगा मैं तुम्हें वापस दूंगा, तुम्हारी सर्विस का पे करूंगा।